playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Before we get started, I would like to make a few announcements. Interpreting is available in English, Spanish, and French, and you are able to use the transmission devices at the entrance.
Device delivered at the entrance of the plenary room and also on Zoom. La interpretación es disponible.
Interpreting is available in English, Spanish, and French on the transmission devices that were available at the entrance to the plenary room as well as on Zoom. For those who are joining us virtually today, I would like to recommend that when taking the floor, please remove your face mask if sanitary conditions make that possible. Turn on your video. Move closer to your microphone and speak slowly, please. We recommend using a dedicated external microphone and not the one built into your computer. Please silence your microphone when not speaking. In a virtual intervention, the audio quality may unexpectedly deteriorate, which may render it insufficient for interpreting, and the interpreters will indicate on the microphone, and if that happens, and resume interpreting once the quality has improved. We remind you that there are COVID-19 antigen tests in the hotel lobby for those who are here in person. And those who are required to have a PCR test for international travel and return can request that service, and the cost will be covered by the person who is requesting their service. That testing station is open from 6 a.m. to 7:30 in the morning and from 5 to 8 p.m. Both inside and outside the facilities of the hotel, face masks are required, and additional face masks and disinfectant are available. All you have to do is ask the hotel staff. And you may remove your mask temporarily when taking the floor in order to facilitate the job of the interpreters. And now I'd like to highlight the following. This is the first hybrid regional conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, and we have public transmission on YouTube Live as well as social media. This is the first regional conference. It is part of the new 2031 FAO strategic framework approved by the conference last June, and this has been prepared through a very active dialogue with GRULEC. We will have a period of 5 days of sessions, and the first 2 days we will be meeting with high-level authorities. They will be presenting and analyzing the main results obtained by the FAO in Latin America and the Caribbean during the 2020-2021 biennium. And during these 2 days, we will be highlighting the priorities for the next biennium. The next 3 days will be at the ministerial level. Members will exchange their experiences and processes and innovations that are underway in order to show how the region is overcoming the challenge of transforming our agri-food systems in the context of the reality of each country. Additionally, we will be holding national-level consultations with countries and regional-level consultations with various stakeholders in order to identify areas of interest and emerging consensus in the region. All documents are available on the FAO website for the Regional Conference on Latin America and the Caribbean. Ecuador, our host country for this regional conference, has been a fundamental ally in organizing this event, showing great leadership, and we are so thankful to them. Finally, I'd like to note that the official opening ceremony for the regional conference will be held on Wednesday, March 30th at 9:30 in the morning, with participation from His Excellency, the President of Ecuador and the Director General of the FAO, as well as other national authorities. I would now like to request that we show the order of business for day 1 in the plenary, and I'd like to remind you that each day we will be publishing the order of business in the morning in all 3 official languages of the conference on the virtual conference platform. All delegations and participants who have registered will have access to it. I would like to invite the Subdirector General and representative of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean, Julio Verdegue, to take the floor. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give a very warm welcome to the official observers, delegates who are here in Quito with us, as well as those who are joining us through the official platform. I'd like to begin by expressing our most sincere thanks to the government and people of Ecuador for the incredible hospitality that they have shown us and for these beautiful facilities that they have made available for this regional conference. I would like to note, ladies and gentlemen, that we have certified that we have the necessary quorum to begin this conference, and therefore, on behalf of the Director General of the FAO, I would like to formally begin the 37th session of the Regional Conference of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean. I would also like to submit for the approval of the members the order of business. Please request the floor, any delegations that have any proposal or objection to the agenda. We would like to request that the order of business be placed on the screen. This is also available on the FAO virtual platform.
Bien.
Given that no delegation has requested the floor, the timetable is hereby approved. To begin the sessions, I would like to invite the delegations to present nominations for the chair of the 37th session of the regional conference. If you can please remove the timetable from the screen so we can see if anyone on Zoom would like to request the floor.
Veo.
I see that Nicaragua has requested the floor. Nicaragua, you are recognized. To the regional representative and Director General of the FAO, we would like to give a warm welcome on behalf of our President of Nicaragua, Comandante Daniel Ortega, and the Vice President, as well as the people of Nicaragua, to the delegations of and countries of Latin America and the Caribbean who are participating with us at this 37th session of the Regional Conference of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean. The Nicaraguan delegation would like to present to this plenary the candidacy of the sister Republic of Ecuador, represented by the Ministry of Agriculture, Pedro Alvaro Gonzalez, to chair this conference. And we wish him most success at this regional conference of the FAO and on behalf of the unity and strength of the peoples of the Americas. Thank you very much. Thank you, Minister, and hitherto Chair of the 36th Regional Conference of the FAO. The Ambassador of Mexico, Miguel Garcia Avinda, is requesting the floor. Ambassador, you're recognized. Dear ministers, colleagues, first of all, we would like to note that the audio is not very good. In fact, we are listening to the conference in English. Is there In any language, however, Mexico would like to support the candidacy of the Minister of Agriculture from Nicaragua. Thank you very much, Ambassador. Thank you very much to the Ambassador for supporting the proposal on behalf of Minister Pedro Alvaro. Would any other delegation like to speak? Therefore, thank you to the delegates who have expressed their opinion, and therefore I propose the nomination of His Excellency, the Minister of Agriculture and Livestock of Ecuador, Pedro Alvala, as the chair of the regional conference. And I ask that we approve this by acclamation.
La conferencia regional.
The regional conference has unanimously supported the candidacy of Pedro Alvala Gonzalez, the Minister of Agriculture of Ecuador, as the chair of this period of sessions. Chair of the regional conference, I congratulate you for your nomination and invite you to come to the table to chair this regional conference.
Muy buenos días.
Good morning to everyone here and to those who are participating via Zoom. I would like to thank the delegates who elected me as the chair of the regional conference. It is an honor, and I feel great responsibility chairing the 37th period of sessions of the regional conference of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean. Before we begin the activities laid out in the timetable, I would like to inform you that we have held consultations on behalf of the General Director of the FAO and the Government of Ecuador, as well as with GRULAC. During these consultations, the members expressed their consent to convening this conference as a hybrid conference. That is, some delegates are here in person. Others, however, are participating virtually at the same time. This is in light of the exceptional circumstances caused by the COVID-19 pandemic and the related concerns for public health. As you are aware, the general regulations of the FAO require us to hold our sessions in person. For the purpose of this session, I would like to now formally request approval of this conference to exceptionally renounce any rules of procedures that are incompatible with convening a hybrid session. This is in line with Article 35, Paragraph 5 of the General Regulations of the FAO. This decision is made exceptionally and does not create any exceptions. It is solely for the purposes of this session. If there is any objection to proceeding in this fashion, I would like to request that you express yourself now.
Entiendo entonces que
Therefore, I understand that the conference agrees that exceptionally we will be holding this as a hybrid session. For that purpose, we are suspending any rules of procedure that may not be in line with holding a hybrid meeting. Thank you to all for your agreement. Now, as we follow the timetable, it is time to elect two vice chairs of the regional conference. I would like to remind you that the vice chairs elected do not follow any specific rules specific to their vice chairmanship, and I would like to invite the delegations to present nominations for the election of one of the vice chairs of the regional conference. The Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Fishing, Rural Transformation Industry, and Labor of the Government of St. Vincent and the Grenadines has requested the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I wish to congratulate you on the esteemed position that you have just taken in this conference. I bring greetings from the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and I also, Mr. Chair, wish to thank you for the hospitality extended to my delegation thus far. I take this opportunity to nominate Guyana and the Minister of Agriculture from the state of Guyana, Zulfikar Mustafa, as Vice Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Minister. The Minister has proposed as Vice Chair His Excellency the Minister of Agriculture of Guyana, Zulfikar Mustafa. I'd like to invite the delegations to speak to this proposal. Thanks to the delegations.
Good morning, Chair. A pleasure to be here. I speak on behalf of the government and people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. I would like to second the nomination by my colleague from St. Vincent and the Grenadines to have the Guyana Minister of Agriculture represent at the Vice Chair level. Thank you very much.
Okay, muy bien.
Having ratified the position of the Minister and on behalf of the candidacy of Mr. Zulfikar Mustafa, I propose that the nomination of Minister Zulfikar Mustafa as Vice Chair of the Regional Conference by acclamation.
Felicito.
Congratulations to Minister Zulfikar Mustafa for his election.
Se invita.
I would like to invite the delegations to present nominations for the election of the second Vice Chair of the Regional Conference. The Ambassador of Panama, Thomas Duncan of Panama, has requested the floor. Thank you very much for the floor, Chair. On behalf of the Republic of Panama, I would like to congratulate you for your designation, and I would like to nominate for the Vice Chair of the Regional Conference of the Minister of Agriculture and Fishery of Nicaragua, Edward Centeno. He is part of the Troika of the director table of the regional conference, and I would like to take this opportunity to call for unity in moving forward in our agenda and mutual support. Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador. The Ambassador has proposed as Vice Chair of the conference Edward Centeno, the Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries of the Republic of Nicaragua. If there are no objections, we will nominate the Minister from Nicaragua as Vice Chair of the Regional Conference. I will ask that in order to request the floor in the plenary, you need to press the button on your microphone so we can see who is requesting the floor. Uruguay, please, is recognized. Thank you very much to the chair for, I would like to note Uruguay's abstention from the voting. Can you please repeat that? Can you please remove your mask? Yes, Uruguay is going to abstain from this vote. Thank you.
Okay,
if there are no objections, we will nominate Minister Edward Centeno as the Vice Chair of the Regional Conference. Congratulations to the Minister for his election, and we will now nominate the rapporteur for the Regional Conference. I would like to ask that the Secretary inform us with regard to this. Chair, I would like to inform you that the permanent representative of Panama to the FAO, FIDA, and PMA as the pro tempore chair of the group of Latin American countries to the UN agencies in Rome through verbal note PPT PA2/N.013-2022 from February 25th, 2022, presented the candidacy of the Ambassador Mariano Jimenez Talavera, the permanent representative of the Republic of Honduras to the FAO, as the chair, as the rapporteur of the Regional Conference of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the Secretary. I would like to invite the delegations to take the floor with respect to this. If there is no objection, I would like to propose the nomination of the rapporteur by acclamation. The Regional Conference has unanimously nominated the Ambassador Mariano Jimenez Talavera, the permanent representative of the Republic of Honduras, as a rapporteur of the Regional Conference. I would like to congratulate him for his election and invite him to come to the table.
El relator.
The rapporteur will be organizing the activities of a group of delegates who will be supporting him. The FAO Secretariat will also provide logistical and technical support as needed. The rapporteur has the floor.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chairman. Good morning, everyone. This is an interesting opportunity, a useful one for our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, to do our bit toward agricultural development in the world. We would like to thank you for the nominations. We know the challenges that we face, and this conference provides an excellent backdrop for us to tackle our problems and stand united in finding solutions to them. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Rapporteur.
Quisiera recalcar que el grupo
I would like to highlight that the group of delegates who will support the rapporteur is an open-ended group, and any delegations who wish to take part may do so, be it in person or virtually. GRULAC and the Secretariat have informed us that the delegations of 10 countries have already conveyed their interest in taking part of this group, who will be supporting the rapporteur. We would like to ask delegations to send the Secretariat of the Regional Conference via email the name and email address of anyone who wishes to take part in the group of delegates who will be supporting the rapporteur, so as to provide them with the necessary access to the platform being used by this group as part of the Regional Conference's virtual platform. The rapporteur, liaising with a group of delegates who will support him, will implement the working methods and timetable for their meetings, which are set out in the agenda for the conference. We would like to note that the official working hours will be those of Quito, Ecuador.
le doy la palabra al señor.
Secretary, you have the floor. I'd just like to mention that the group of delegates who will be supporting the rapporteur will be working in person here in a dedicated hall.
Se irá uniendo, falta Rosita, falta Nadir. ¿Quién más falta? A ver, ayúdenme a identificar.
Atención a ese micrófono, por favor. Entonces el grupo.
The group will have a hall in person and a virtual connection. However, we would like to ask you that you convey to us those who will be taking part so that we can provide them with virtual access in case they need to intervene remotely. So there will be a virtual connection as well as an in-person hall. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. The work of this group, led by the rapporteur, is essential in preparing the report of the regional conference. We would therefore request your support and cooperation in fulfilling this task, and above all, the timely submission of the draft reports. I have some suggestions, Mr. Rapporteur. They are as follows: that the first draft report be submitted on Wednesday, the 30th of March, at midnight at the very latest. This taking into account that the draft report needs to be translated for the delegations in all three languages, Spanish, French, and English. Delegations will have to have the draft report early in the morning on Thursday, the 31st of March, so that they can review the report before we tackle it on Thursday, the 31st of March at 3:30, as per the timetable. Therefore, we suggest that the final draft be submitted on Thursday, the 31st of March at midnight at the very latest, so that it can be translated into all three languages and disseminated early in the morning on Friday, the 1st of April, so it can be reviewed in detail by delegations before the approval of the report, which will be held on Friday, the 1st of April at 11 o'clock in the morning. I would kindly like to ask the rapporteur for his cooperation in fulfilling these tasks. Also, as a renewed expression of interest in participation, and on the back of the experience of the three previous regional conferences, I propose that the spokesperson selected by the non-governmental sector organizations that took part in the regional consultation prior to this conference be able to take the floor during the plenary debate without the right to vote. I'm referring to the spokespersons of the civil society, the private sector, the scientific and academic committee, as well as the parliamentary fronts against hunger. Statements would be made according to the timetable, giving priority to interventions by the member delegations, to be followed by official observers and then non-governmental organization representatives. Does any delegation have objections to this proposal? If not, it will be approved.
No habiendo objeción,
Seeing no objections, the spokespersons selected by non-governmental organization sectors as registered with the Secretariat of the Regional Conference will be able to intervene in plenary debates. Moving on with our order of the day, we will now review the provisional annotated agenda, LARC/22/1, and the provisional timetable, LARC/22/2, Rev 1. I would like to propose to delegations that the report of the senior officials meeting, which was supposed to be approved tomorrow morning, be included in the report of the regional conference. It will be reviewed and analyzed on Thursday afternoon and adopted on Wednesday at 11 o'clock, provisionally speaking. Namely, the outcome of our work will be compiled in a single regional conference report with the conclusions, recommendations, and comments that have emerged in the 5-day session. This will allow us to have more time for discussions in plenary so that the work of the rapporteur with a group of delegations which support him will be facilitated. It will also mean that delegates have more time to analyze the report they will have to discuss and adopt on the last day of the conference. I would now like to ask whether any delegation has an objection to this proposal. If not, it will be considered to have been approved. Seeing no objections, the proposal is so approved. I would now like to invite delegations to provide their views on the draft provisional annotated agenda and provisional timetable. Ecuador, you have the floor. The delegation of Ecuador has the floor. Thank you very much, Chairman. Given that this is my first time taking the floor, I would like to congratulate you on your election as chairperson of the regional conference. We have no doubt that your leadership in the national context will be reflected here. I would also like to welcome the distinguished delegations who have been kind enough to join us here, both in person and virtually, and highlight the participation of those who are taking part virtually. I just have one comment. Given the global context, I would suggest that at some point, as you deem fit, we address the following topic: the increase in food prices and agricultural input prices. That's all for now. Thank you, Chair.
pongo a consideración
I submit to the delegations the proposal of the delegation of Ecuador that we include a segment on the topic of food price and agricultural input price increases. Argentina, you have the floor. Thank you. I would like to express thanks for the hospitality that you have shown us and congratulate you on your election as chairperson. We have no objections to the proposal. However, we do feel that it should be dealt with under any other matters. Thank you. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, you have the floor.
I wish to support the suggestion by the delegation of Ecuador And I say so on the heels that we are facing a confluence of circumstances whereby food prices are not only going to be affected and impacted by the conflict between Russia and Ukraine, but we are at a particular period where we have witnessed over the last 2 years, because of significant disruptions in food supply chains as a resultant implication of the COVID-19 pandemic, that we really cannot say, coming out of this conference, the impact that it is going to have on food prices. And whilst I support the presentation by the delegation of Argentina, I think that we cannot leave Quito without having as a major consideration on the agenda the issue of the impact on food prices of all that is taking place. And not only what is happening in the Russia-Ukraine conflict, but also the existing impact that existed because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So I wish to fully support the delegation of Ecuador.
Ahora el representante.
Thank you. Brazil has the floor. On Zoom.
No se escucha, señor embajador. Está en...
We cannot hear you, Ambassador. You appear to be on mute.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to start by congratulating you for your election and express our full support for the works of this conference. Of course, we would like to support the proposal coming from Ecuador. I think it's a very important item to be discussed here. But in order to direct our discussions, I understand we need a document that would serve as base for our discussions. And this document most probably would be the presentation made last Friday at FAO headquarters by the chief economist, Máximo Torero. I understand there is a translation in Spanish and English and French, and this would be important to put some limits for our discussions. Otherwise, the importance of the subject and the interest behind would take too much time without a clear conclusion for our interests. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Representative of Brazil. I'd now like to give the floor to Guyana.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and let me also join with all my counterparts around the Caribbean and Latin America to congratulate you for your leadership to this conference. And I also want to thank those persons who have reposed the confidence in me to be the vice chair for this regional conference. First of all, I want to say that food prices is a very, very important issue now around the world. And with what is taking place, we have had the pandemic for 2 years, we have had the war in Russia and Ukraine, and we have had other issues that exacerbate the situation with food prices around the world. And we as a region in Latin America and the Caribbean, especially in CARICOM, we are now looking at proposals and ways how we can bring down the food prices around our import bill and reduce our import bill. So I want to say that I am in agreement with the proposal from Ecuador. I think we can come out here when we leave this conference, we can come out with a lot of measures that we can put in place and take back to our country and region so that we can work together to reduce the food import bill of Latin America and the Caribbean and also be food security for this part of the world. Thank you very much.
Gracias.
Thank you. Cuba has the floor. Good morning, everyone. The delegation of Cuba would like to greet the chairperson and other representations and delegations present here today. We endorse the proposal of the Republic of Ecuador. We believe that addressing the prices of inputs for agricultural production and food prices is essential in this conference, as it does have a bearing on the four betters and local, sustainable, and resilient development. This has all been severely affected by the COVID-19 pandemic already. Thank you very much. Having received the support of the delegations of Cuba, Brazil, Guyana, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, supporting Ecuador's position and proposal, I'd like to express thanks and ask for your permission to also endorse Argentina's proposal vis-à-vis the placement of this topic in our agenda. Thank you.
Gracias, señor presidente.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to mention that all documents of the regional conference are on the virtual platform for the regional conference, which you have access to. The documents are posted in Spanish, English, and French. Thank you. I'd like to mention to members that, as set out in the agenda and timetable, after we discuss the items on our agenda, we will have summaries and the presentation of conclusions. They will be concise and based on the discussions of the regional conference. After having been discussed in plenary, they will be provided to the rapporteur so that they can be included in the report of the conference, leaving some flexibility for the rapporteur with a group of delegates who support him can finalize the draft report without reopening any substantive debates, which continue to be the plenary's prerogative. Lastly, I would like to note that with a view to adequate time management, it's important that we start each plenary session as punctually as possible and that we be strict in the use of our time. Next, according to the order of the day, we can start reviewing item 3, regional results, priorities, the four betters and the sustainable development goals, part 1. This is set out in document LARC 22/3/Rev1 and item 7, the multi-year program of work, MyPow 2022-2025 for the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean, document LARC/22/4. The Assistant Director General and Regional Representative will introduce the documents after a brief introductory video. After the introductory statement by the ADG, we will open the floor to the plenary so that delegations, official observers, and non-governmental actor spokespersons can take the floor. Please go ahead and show the video now.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina
During the 2021-2022 biennium, the countries of Latin America and the Caribbean have achieved large-scale results in achieving inclusive and resilient food systems.
31
countries took part in South-Southern Triangular Cooperation. And there was a 30% increase in agreements between FAO and the private sector. Unfortunately, the interpreters cannot hear the video audio properly.
Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
Invito al señor.
I would now like to invite FAO's ADG to introduce the documents before us. You have the floor. Thank you very much. Distinguished Minister Pedro Alava, Chairperson of the Regional Conference. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to begin my introductory comments by citing FAO's Director General in his statement to the extraordinary meeting of the G7 Agriculture Ministers. We join the UN Secretary General in his call to end the war, restore peace, and protect our people's lives. We stand by the people suffering in Ukraine and express our solidarity to their people, particularly those who are living through agriculture. I have been tasked with summarizing the documents before us on the regional results, priorities for betters and SDGs achieved by FAO in Latin America and the Caribbean. In September 1949, Don Gallo Plaza, president of Ecuador, inaugurated here in this city, Quito, the first FAO regional conference, 4 years after the end of the Second World War. This region had an average per capita income of just $389. The region fought to enhance food production, and food insecurity and nutrition insecurity were rampant. Delegates agreed on a strategy with which to tackle these challenges with scarce resources. Now, as then, it is a time for definitions. These are extraordinary times, and this regional conference should leave its mark. Excellencies, the 36th Regional Conference provided 72 recommendations. We worked on these recommendations during the pandemic with the constraints you're all aware of. 6 of our colleagues lost their lives to COVID-19 in Argentina, Brazil, Colombia, Guatemala, Haiti, and Panama. We are thinking of these colleagues. I'm pleased to inform you that thanks to the work done by governments and our partners, we either fulfilled or are still in time to fulfill 92% of the 36th Regional Conference's recommendations. We would like to highlight the fulfillment of all recommendations to do with the response and recovery to COVID-19. Throughout almost the entire biennium, we worked remotely thanks to a successful digital transition by FAO, despite restrictions. And the budget was slightly higher than the previous biennium, the budget allocation. The total budget for operationally active projects in the biennium amounted to $760 million, and we ended the biennium with a project portfolio, which is still being negotiated, of $650 million. During the biennium, FAO mobilized $426.5 million for the region, 78% higher than the previous biennium. 82% comes from multilateral sources and countries in the region, and just 18% was provided by members of FAO from outside the region. Excellencies, The region plays an irreplaceable role in contributing to global food security. It provides food to satisfy the caloric needs of some 1.3 billion people, that is 1 in 6 people on our planet. In order to maintain this contribution in 28 years' time, the region will have to be capable of feeding 300 million additional people. This is a huge task. And this burden lies on the shoulders of 22 million farmers, livestock herders, fishers, and aquaculture producers, most of whom are family farmers, smallholders, and medium-scale producers. Members, including members from the region, approved some 9 months ago the FAO Strategic Framework 2022-2031. This provides us with a roadmap to tackle the complex regional challenges and enhance our agri-food system's potential. This roadmap, as defined by you, the members of FAO, consists in supporting the 2030 Agenda through agri-food system transformation to make them more efficient, more inclusive, resilient, and sustainable, to achieve better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. This transformation of agriculture and food systems needs to be consistent and aligned with the characteristics, conditions, and priorities of each country and their food systems. This is the only way to achieve this transformation, given that it will be the outcome of wills, commitments, and actions on the part of specific actors, be they public or private, that make up our agriculture and food systems, from the farm to the table. This transformation will have to include them and can never go against them. Now, without this transformation, we cannot honestly think that we are capable of envisaging food systems in Latin America and the Caribbean as being able to maintain their prominence and vibrancy in a world that is changing faster than ever. As others have said, we are all either busy being born or dying. Now it's necessary to link this 2022-2031 strategic framework with the local context. This is about regional ownership. We submit to you the 3 regional priorities based on the recommendations of the previous regional conference, adapted to the strategic framework's guidance, and also, very importantly, the conditions that stem from the pandemic, its social and economic consequences, and a recovery which, until now, has been unequal and insufficient. These 3 priorities of regional initiatives are as follows. First, sustainable food systems that provide healthy diets for all. Second, prosperous rural societies that are also inclusive. Third, sustainable and resilient agriculture.
Los cuadros.
You can see the charts 1, 2, and 3 in LARC 22/2 explain the priorities and how they're related to the FAO Strategic Framework for 2022-2031 through the various PPAs. And they also lay out what targets of the SDGs will contribute to each regional initiative. The first RI on sustainable agri-food systems notes the fact that in our region, the pandemic pushed 60 million more people into moderate or serious food insecurity. And this is added to the horrifying and morally unacceptable statistics of 267 people, that is 40% of the regional population. I would like to reiterate these figures because they deserve respect and reflection. That is, 267 million human beings in this region are living in conditions of moderate or serious food insecurity. And we can't just blame the pandemic because hunger had been growing in the region since 2015. Agri-food systems in the region have been able to maintain food supply during the worst moments of the pandemic. And we salute the farmers, transporters, traders, those who work in agro-industry who exposed themselves so that the health crisis did not also become a food crisis. And yet still hunger grew because in LAC there isn't a lack of food. We don't have hunger because the farmers are not doing their job. We have hunger because there is far too much inequality and poverty. Along with hunger, we see a spiraling epidemic of malnutrition in this region. Obesity affects 1 of every 4 adults, and 1 of every 13 children under the age of 5 suffers from being overweight. This is because food that is low in nutritional value is replacing diets based on diets that come from the fields and bodies of water of this region, like fish, meat, dairy, vegetables, and fruit. We have seen a breakdown in the link between food and health, because feeding oneself in a healthy manner in LAC, particularly in the Caribbean, is much more expensive than eating a poor diet. So we need a open international trade system based on transparent standards that is predictable and non-discriminatory. That would be a potent tool to attack these problems at the root. The second regional initiative notes contributing to creating conditions that will build prosperous, inclusive rural society. Since before the pandemic, the region had been noting increases in rates of poverty and extreme poverty. The pandemic seriously aggravated this situation, and half of the population that lives in the fields of LAC is poor. 1 of every 4 people lives in conditions of extreme poverty. 82% of those who work in agriculture and fishing do so informally. Rural women live in unacceptable conditions of exclusion. They are mostly women without effective rights. Indigenous and Afro-descendant populations continue to suffer from exclusion and discrimination at such a magnitude that it is translated into the very worst social indicators. Rural young people find few opportunities for development in the fields, and therefore they migrate to the cities. This leaves an aging rural population. Can we talk about sustainable development in these conditions? Family farmers deserve special attention. With scanty access to credit and technical assistance, with little to no internet connectivity, with lacking infrastructure and quality services, they have to come up with a way to provide us with a very important part of the food that we consume. Let's imagine what they would be able to do if they had better production, better job opportunities for their young people, if we were able to provide a value in the field, if we were able to overcome the restrictions that tie their hands. The Hand-in-Hand initiative is a tool that would make use of advanced digital tools and big data to place value in the potential of the territory with high levels of poverty and hunger. It is already underway in 6 countries, and we have been able to reach a new stage of mobilizing investments. The third regional initiative is working with countries that are transiting to a more sustainable and resilient agriculture system. Producing more to sustain the food for 1.6 billion human beings in just 28 years is a monumental task. But we know that we cannot continue to produce the way we have at the cost of deforestation, soil degradation, accelerated erosion of biodiversity, the disappearance of mangroves and fisheries, or pollution of our waters. Any farmer, any fisherman knows that it is materially impossible to boost production or raise productivity if we are degrading the soil, water, seas, forests, and ecosystems. And anyone who is sending agri-food products to the markets knows that environmental quality in production is increasingly a competitive factor. We need to find ways to produce more in the face of climate change. This is no easy task. We need to work so that our food systems are adapted and resilient to climate change. The region needs to fulfill its shared but differentiated responsibilities in order to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We need to put a stop to deforestation, promote sustainable livestock raising that is low in emissions, and incentivize recarbonization of the soil and recovery of our ecosystems that have been degraded or greatly compromised. All of this requires enormous innovation and investment. This regional initiative will continue its successful work to mobilize environmental and climate financing for its countries. Many issues will be worked on jointly among these three RIs, and I'd like to underscore the case of the spike in food prices and agriculture inputs. In the current context, the FAO cannot ignore the possibility of a food crisis breaking out in the region. However, we still have time, and it is still in our hands to make the decisions we need to make sure that that does not come to reality. All of these priorities have one condition: innovation. Technological innovation based on science and also ancestral knowledge. Institutional innovation. Innovation in the way that we govern. Digitalizing agri-food systems and rural societies is priority number one for the FAO. Our commitment is that each regional initiative will be a driver of innovation, and each project will be an experience for digitalization. Your Excellencies, I will once again remind you that in 1949, in this very city, this beautiful city of Quito, the delegates of the first regional conference made definitions and took cross-cutting decisions that ensured that the region, its agri-food systems, and its rural societies would overcome the enormous consequences of the Second World War. The context in which you are deliberating today is no less complex and no less immense than at that time. We have full confidence that this 37th session of the Regional Conference of the FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean will live up to its circumstances. Thank you very much, Chair.
Gracias.
Thank you to the regional representative of the FAO. I will now invite the delegations to express their comments with regard to the topics that have just been presented. Focused during this first step on the results achieved by the FAO in the region during the 2020-2021 biennium. In these segments, we will be focusing on the priorities for the 2022-2023 biennium. And therefore, I request that the Secretary please inform us of the way we will be participating. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to once again inform you that all of the documents that are being discussed are presented at the various sessions are available at the FAO website for the regional conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. And I would also like to note that those who would like to speak should make that known by pressing the button on your microphone so that we are able to put them on the order of requests for the floor. We are also doing this with Zoom for those who are joining us virtually, and we will have a list with both those who are in person and on Zoom. Please do not forget to lower your hand on Zoom after making your intervention, and we would like to request that those speaking, please limit their comments to 5 minutes so that we can have as many interventions as possible, given that they will be held until our available time for the plenary runs out. The idea is that everyone has a chance to participate, and we will be able to do that if we have the interventions limited to the time limit in place. The interventions will be made in order of the request for the floor, and we will first hear from the delegations of the members, then official observers, and the spokespeople for non-governmental stakeholders. In line with Article 12, Paragraph 19 of the General Regulations of the organization, the chair of the conference has the ability to limit the times of interventions and request that each delegation intervene only one time if necessary in the interest of time. Thank you very much, Chair. Therefore, I would like to reiterate the importance of limiting the time of our interventions to no more than 5 minutes. And I would like to request that the Secretariat please inform the speakers when they have 1 minute left. Secretary, we will begin the plenary with the interventions. Guyana is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And first of all, let me also extend once again to the people and government of Ecuador for the hospitality they have given us, me and my delegation. And I think all my colleagues would have shared that same sentiment. It's a wonderful preparation for this conference in this great city of Quito. Esteemed ministers, I am honored once again to address you on this very, very important topic. I would first like to thank the FAO for their perpetual support in the Cooperative Republic of Guyana. As a country, we have witnessed and experienced their unwavering commitment and effort to push Guyana towards achieving food security, to make sure our people have regular access to enough high-quality food to live active, healthy lives. We are in a race against time, ladies and gentlemen. There are 17 sustainable goals, and we have less than 2 decades to fulfill them if we hope to preserve the planet and the human population. The challenge is daunting, but with the regional commitments and support from the FAO, we are on the right path to meet our goals. Supported by our political commitment, the FAO has provided a great deal of support in strengthening local institutions, legal frameworks, and governance system needed to promote food security. I would like to highlight some of the areas that FAO has supported our country, Guyana, over the last years. Guyana's fishery sector is currently receiving support from the FAO to strengthen the strategic and regulatory framework for inland fisheries and aquaculture development, to manage sustainable development of inland fisheries and aquaculture. The Aquaculture Bill and Fisheries Act developed under the project are being finalized under the FAO Sustainable Wildlife Management Program, while a strategy for the inland fisheries and aquaculture sector has been developed and finalized. In 2020-2021, the FAO extended support towards strengthening rice production, monitoring system, and investigating value chain opportunities in Guyana. This initiative has helped to improve institutional monitoring of rice production, while supporting the local development of a roadmap to diversify the country's rice value chain. And the issue of data, FAO has continued to support Guyana to implement agricultural statistical instruments for the integration of the SDGs in national planning. In 2021, a statistical needs assessment was done and will continue with a strategic plan for agriculture and rural statistics, which will serve to strengthen our methodologies for the monitoring of our SDGs indicators. FAO has also supported our fisheries industry through the provision of technical guidance and a study on low catches for marine fisheries. Guyana has also been a part of several multi-country projects, namely, Guyana, as well as our eastern neighbor Suriname, experienced severe flooding in 2021, and this showed the vulnerability of our food system. Almost 90% of the agriculture sector in Guyana during last year's flood were devastated. The FAO provided emergency response and early recovery support to smallholder farmers affected by the 2021 floods in Guyana and Suriname. Since the launch of the project in 2021, farmers have benefited from emergency flood relief distributions. Farmers have also received agricultural and livestock inputs arising out of this, a special mapping exercise of the beneficiary in collaboration with the ADRM specialists using GIS is ongoing to support the capacity of the Ministry of Agriculture to assist farmers to recover from future emergencies. The FAO continued to work on value chain development for commodities such as cherry, brackish water shrimp, sheep, corn, and soya. These are being strengthened by developing a medium to long-term strategic plan for the industry, increasing investments, and increasing market access for farmers. To continue work on regional food system, the FAO has been assessing national food control systems to enable enhanced food security in the sub-region. 64 Guyanese focal persons have benefited from training to conduct the assessment of food control systems. The assessment is currently ongoing with an expected completion date in June 2022. Guyana, through the FAO, is also embarking upon the disposal of obsolete pesticides, including POP's promotion of alternative and strengthening pesticide management, to promote the sound management of pesticides through the life cycle in ways that leads to the maximization of significant adverse effect on human health and the global environment. Earlier this month, Guyana became involved in a newly approved project that focuses on regional e-agriculture for the Caribbean to assist in capacity building and to create an enabling environment for the adaptation of e-agriculture solutions for our farming communities. Clearly, the FAO has really been a critical source of support in many countries in diverse areas surrounding agriculture. We all are indeed fortunate to have such an entity to guide and support us through these trying times. I would like to close by stressing the importance of sustainable development. Let us be mindful of our roles in this regard and continue to focus our effort so that we can live in a safer, fairer, and more peaceful world. Mr. Chairman, as it stands today, Guyana and the rest of the Caribbean are mapping strategies to ensure that we have food security so that the population in this part of the world could be guaranteed, because we are working on many fronts to enhance our food capacity building and to reduce the cost of production. I would like to commend and thank the FAO and look forward for their continued support. Thank you very much.
Thank you to the representative of Guyana. Before I give the floor to Brazil, Colombia, and Peru, I would like to inform you that we have about 2,000 people who are currently following the conference through various social media. Brazil is recognized.
Por Zoom.
Via Zoom.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, again. Brazil would like to congratulate FAO for the various projects implemented in the region during the biennium 2020-2021, and to express its strong commitment to the partnership we have put in place and deepened in the last decades, especially the South-South Triangular Cooperation, in which the Brazilian Cooperation Agency, ABC, has played an important role. With regard to document LARC/22/3, we would like to make some very brief comments. First, on paragraph 34, where we believe it's important to avoid, even if indirectly, use of language which stigmatize long value chains, since we should not forget that those chains provide fresh fruits and vegetables to us all. In relation to paragraph 47, we would like to suggest to substitute the expression, quote, protecting and enhancing ecosystem health, unquote, for, quote, enhancing the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and the provision of ecosystem service, unquote. On paragraph 65, we would call attention to the only one reference of Triangle South-South Cooperation. Not even one mention to the member states' contribution is made. We would like to recall that the main FAO South-South Triangular Cooperation Program is developed in partnership with ABC, the Brazilian Cooperation Agency. Brazil collaborates with FAO in various relevant regional projects in diverse areas, like cotton and school feeding. Regarding the paragraph 72 of the document, we find the language used here abstract and imprecise. Hence, Brazil would like to suggest the elimination of the term critical and the need to include concrete data taken from the last IPPC. Finally, I would kindly propose the inclusion of the explicit mention for the three pillars of sustainable development after the sentence promoting inclusive economic growth by reducing inequality as a score of FAO's mandate in paragraph 85. This is our contribution to this document. Of course, we'll come to discussion of this item when we comment on document LIVE/22/2. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias.
Thank you to the representative of Brazil, and Colombia is now recognized. Chair, thank you very much. Thank you, Minister. Also, special greetings to the Subdirector General of the FAO and the Honorable Regional Representative, Ministers, dear ambassadors, friends, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me on behalf of Colombia to participate in this space with the aim of assessing the needs and priorities of food security and the eradication of hunger, as well as malnutrition and extreme poverty in Latin America and the Caribbean. The FAO has been an important ally of my country to move forward toward complying with the 2030 Agenda and the SDGs. It's 17 SDGs. And thanks to the support of the FAO, about 48,000 families have benefited from integrated strategies and other programs. Colombia recognizes the added value of this organization and its contribution to rural development in the country. Reducing risk and promoting sustainable production.
Por favor, cerrar ese micrófono.
Please turn off your microphone if you're not speaking.
Perdón por la interrupción.
We apologize for the interruption. Please continue, Colombia. In the reincorporation of former combatants, a large percentage of them are women, and also support of the organization in implementation of comprehensive rural reform. It has a gender focus and allows us to promote the economic empowerment of the most vulnerable populations, and therefore we recognize that the strategic framework of the FAO for 2022-2025 is a potential mechanism for accelerating our ability to reaching the 2030 Agenda. And dear friends, Chair, the SDGs focus on eradicating hunger zero, and reducing inequality in the region, particularly in our country. It is fundamental that this joint effort between the Colombian government and the FAO, as well as building reports and reducing risk, continue to be strengthened under the principles of complementarity. This is very important. Interagency cooperation and timely exchange of information are key to ensuring that information is in real time and we are able to adjust to the reality on the ground, and that this is based on frank, fluid dialogue that clearly highlights the challenges and achievements countries have made, both when it comes to overcoming the challenges presented by the pandemic. And in Colombia, we have the additional challenge of the reality in our country, and we hope that the drafting of the reports is already constantly considers dialogue and makes it possible for us to present the inputs and advancements that we have been able to make in public policies in all areas. Without a doubt, this will make it possible for us to build a much more effective and timely mechanism in the face of the challenges that we face. I would like to express the importance of the multi-year program of work that's being discussed at this session be discussed in the framework of cooperation and sustainable development in the United Nations. Colombia supports this. These mechanisms make it possible for us to contribute our experiences, comparative discussions, and added value in the area of rural development, natural resources, and others. And we agree with the need to continue working forward in concert in the region in order to come up with public policies that make it possible for us to achieve innovation, sustainable agricultural production, the creation of agri-food systems that consider the effects of climate change, and that we create systemic changes to promote women's empowerment in rural development. Finally, I would like to express my country's openness to supporting the development of this conference as a space for exchanging lessons learned and experiences in the recent years in order to move forward toward food security and production that is inclusive and responsible toward the environment, as well as the eradication of poverty in all of its manifestations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Colombia. Peru now has the floor. Thank you very much, Chairman. It is an honor to take the floor on behalf of Peru at the 37th Regional Conference of FAO for Latin America and the Caribbean. Given that this is our first time taking the floor, we would like to thank the Republic of Ecuador for organizing the conference and the Secretariat for all the efforts it has made for its successful organization. Peru would like to thank FAO for the results achieved during the 2022-2031 biennium. Now, our country has been driving measures to foster sustainable development, and we have a general government policy 2021 to 2026 whose main priority is a generation of well-being through development, promoting actions to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic and food security to fight hunger and malnutrition, among others. Also, in our second pillar, economic revival and agricultural development, our ministry is seeking to improve the income and livelihoods of family farmers, thus contributing to enhancing food availability through outreach, technical assistance, and credit, among others, promoting a cooperative and partnership-based approach. We welcome FAO's approach in the region in line with the strategic framework 2022 to 2031, which are linked with the policy framework I've mentioned and the country's priorities. We also agree that if we are to improve agricultural production, we need to focus on science and innovation and development, which are major challenges when it comes to ensuring agriculture and food resilience. Another challenge is the impact of climate change on food systems, which makes it necessary to take a holistic approach to land and water management. In Peru, in the framework of the Paris Agreement, we focus on adapting our approach to natural resources. We're working on the agri-climate platform with a view to improving our producers' resilience to climate change. We'd also like to highlight the program priority areas set out by FAO with a focus on healthy diets for all, in addition to improving the diets of vulnerable people, reducing food loss and waste, and fostering agri-food markets and trade, which will improve access to food for the population, contributing to food and nutrition security. We'd also like to stress the hand-in-hand initiative led by FAO, which will enhance rural development in a prosperous, resilient, and inclusive fashion, promoting rural livelihoods, enhancing productivity, and expanding economic opportunities. In this respect, we're working on a methodology to identify territories on which to target this work in Peru. We believe that FAO's results in the region are relevant to this end and provide a guiding framework in the framework of food security and development, which is being further developed. In Peru, we will work closely with the actors involved in the sector to achieve food security and improve nutrition in all its forms through policies and projects with a gender approach, as well as one on the circular economy, bearing in mind the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic. Thank you.
Gracias, señor.
Thank you, distinguished delegate of Peru. The delegation of Argentina has the floor.
Tiene que cerrar el micrófono, Perú.
Peru, I believe you need to switch off your microphone. Thank you.
St. Vincent, would you mind closing your mic? There you go.
Hay que cerrar el micrófono de Ecuador, por favor.
Ecuador, your microphone is on, as well as the Bahamas. We've noted your request for the floor. Trinidad and Tobago as well. We've taken note of your request for the floor. Thank you. Apologies, Argentina. Thank you very much. Thank you for giving us the floor. We agree with ADG Julio Verdegue's introductory statement. One comment that was part of the discussions held in the pre-summit for food systems in Rome had to do with the notion of transformation, and we believe that this notion needs to be approached in addition to the components mentioned by ADG Julio Verdegue. Given the bearing that our production has on development, we do not believe this notion should be viewed as strictly necessary, but rather as a component for discussion, for debate, rather than an intrinsic part of development. In that debate, we express the notion that there is no single model for production, as you yourself said, and we believe that this notion of transformation is one that can be addressed as an improvement. If it's viewed as an improvement, then it's one my delegation can accept. It was strongly supported by the region in the Food Systems Summit, and if that's the notion, one which aims for improvement, then we appreciate its mention. However, we do insist that it be viewed as an approach for improvement. Also, when it comes to sustainability, we believe it should be addressed across its three dimensions in a balanced fashion. Now, we also should look at responsibilities when it comes to climate change. We believe that common but differentiated responsibilities, as just mentioned by the ADG, is key for us in the region. In conclusion, when it comes to the document before us, we would insist on the acceptance of this notion of transformation as one for improvement rather than a new form of development. And we also believe that when it comes to food security, we all have a responsibility toward that. However, our responsibility is lesser when it comes to contributing to climate change. With those comments, I believe we can approve the document before us. Thank you. Thank you, Representative of Argentina. The representative of Bolivia now has the floor.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Greetings on the part of my country to you as well as the ADG and all the ministers and representatives present here and all participants joining us virtually. On the report on the advances made during the biennium, I believe that the planning of this biennium must have been quite tricky, and it must have been tricky to fulfill it given the pandemic. Therefore, some of the programs and progress have been amended. However, in the region, there are over 622 million people, and most of the region is committed to food security. Now, given our circumstances, our vulnerability is exacerbated. When it comes to what we're doing to boost our economy and production development, the next biennium will have to factor in these efforts, which are not fully reflected in the report before us. Our country, Bolivia, now has a new economic and social development plan. And as part of this plan, we're seeking to boost our development, achieve food security, and lessen our imports. We are strongly investing in the agriculture and livestock sector, above all focusing on smallholders and medium-scale producers who are the most disenfranchised due to the effects of this pandemic and other circumstances. We in Bolivia are trying to reactivate our sectors and provide resources, especially for crops that are part of the basic food basket. We're making efforts at the national level, which we would like to share with the international cooperation sector and also seek financial partnerships so that we can achieve our goals in the short term. When it comes to international funding channels, there are still delays. There are many criteria for their approval, and we would like to ask international funding mechanisms through the work of FAO and other mechanisms to be more flexible so that the channeling of this funding can be facilitated, so that efforts on the part of countries to reactivate their economies and overcome food insecurity can happen more swiftly and we can achieve better results. We also agree that we need to link our efforts with science and technology. The efforts that all countries in the region are making in the framework of linking our research centers is key. We believe that technology transfer should be a pillar for more practical, concerted efforts on part of the region that can also be more efficient. Old-age concepts are re-emerging, cooperation, and so on. In addition to that, we have now resilience and food systems. We believe that these concepts can be fulfilled if there is willingness on the part of countries and the people to make cooperation possible. We would therefore urge that family farming be viewed as a pillar for the work that we undertake in the next biennium 2022-2023, so that we can fulfill the goals of the family farming sector. Thank you, Bolivia. Thank you for your important and interesting remarks. I would like to just take a few seconds to convey some comments from the President. On behalf of the President of the Republic of Ecuador, President Guillermo Lasso, I would like to express thanks for the trust shown by the members of FAO in this appointment. This is a great privilege as well as a great responsibility, working together with and among countries and organizations, with specialized organizations such as FAO. We will generate opportunities for the development of the agriculture and food sector of Ecuador, as well as all other countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. If we work together, we can show the world the agri-food potential that we hold in our regions. If we work together, we can become the grain basket of the world and feed our growing population, which is increasingly asking for sustainable food commodities. We will now take a 15-minute break and would like to kindly ask that you be punctual so that we can resume at 10:30 and continue our plenary session. Thank you.
¿Qué dice?
¿Está alguien en la cabina de español? ¿Hay alguien en la cabina de español?
Ahorita está saliendo por todo. Les quito la música. Ajá. Ahí. Perdón. En todos estoy. Van a hablar de.
Ya, ¿me escuchan en la cabina? Listo, ¿podemos seguir hablando, por favor?
Por el francés no está saliendo nada. A ver.
has come. We must never stop the way. Yeah. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah.
En la cabina de inglés no escuchan. No, es mi voz. ¿Me escuchan en la cabina de inglés? Cabina de inglés. Cabina de inglés.
¿Está alguien en la cabina de inglés?
¿En la cabina de inglés hay alguien? No escucho a la persona de inglés.
Que prendan el micrófono, pero... Anda, ponte en la cabina de inglés. Sí, en la tercera. Sí, dame un segundito ya. Eso es rapidito. Las dos. Sí, es que como está apagado el micrófono de ellos, sale por el relay.
¿Aló? Hola, hola. Hola, hola.
Savannah,
As a policymaker for the last decade, I have grown to understand and appreciate fully the impacts that exigencies, unforeseen and unplanned, would always have on budgets. It is against that backdrop that I wish to, by way of reflection, congratulate the excellent work of the FAO in the region. I speak at a watershed period in our history, being affected by the COVID-19 pandemic, now the Russia-Ukraine crisis. And 2 years ago, my country, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, was impacted upon by the worst drought in 50 years. Climate change, Mr. Chair, is real. I want to just highlight a few issues in reflection, because whilst we are here today in Quito to celebrate, we have to reflect so that we can better prepare for the task and the journey ahead. I wish to name for their excellent work the FAO's office in Barbados, and particularly the dedicated work of Dr. Renetta Clark. She has done more than human service to ensure that the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States, the OECS, and the Secretariat in St. Lucia, has now become a basis for intra-regional cooperation in agriculture and in the trade of agricultural commodities. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we had a particular circumstance which impacted upon us over the last year. And notwithstanding the negative impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, whilst we were grappling with the resultant implications of the pandemic, we were faced with 32 volcanic eruptions, displacing 20,000 persons in the rural economy of the 100,000 population that we have in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And the FAO has been a soldier with us. When we called on the FAO, they answered, and we have been able to work with the FAO and other international agencies to witness the type of recovery that we have seen in our country. We also benefited from the hard work and diligence of Mr. Ruben Robertson, a Vincentian based in FAO but not based in St. Vincent and the Grenadines, was able to collaborate with us. And I want to thank all parties, all member states around the table for the hard work and dedication. We are grappling in St. Vincent and the Grenadines with the issue of ensuring that our fisher folk can export to Europe. And the FAO has assisted us to combat the scourges of illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing. And before the end of this year, I intend to pilot a bill, a fisheries bill in Parliament, that will place St. Vincent and the Grenadines in a position where we can see global compliance. In our country, we continue to work towards having the establishment of a diversified production platform, and the FAO has worked with many value chain stakeholders. Again, taking into consideration the limitation in global resources, I want to, on behalf of the government and people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, to thank the FAO. Thank you.
Thank you to the representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. The representative of Ecuador is now recognized. Thank you very much, Chair. I will be quick so that you don't play the gong for me. I would like to thank you for sharing the presentation of the subdirector, and thank you very much for the reference to the first conference held in Quito in 1949, just a few years after the Second World War, and now we find ourselves here at a new time of great changes around the world. Thank you very much to the Secretariat for preparing the documents that we are studying here, and we are pleased to note the detailed report on the measures necessary to carry out the FAO's very important work in the region in the framework of UN cooperation for sustainable development, in order to empower countries throughout the process in identifying and managing their national priorities. We recognize the bold signal of 78% of the FAO's resources coming from voluntary contributions compared to prior years, and this is thanks to the efficient management of resources at the organization, and this is supported by countries of the region, and we hope to see this trend continue in the next biennium as well. We fully agree with one of the main premises of the document, Perspectives for Agriculture and Rural Development in the Americas 2019-2020, from ICLAC and the FAO, which states, and I cite, the mechanism of production of overcoming the gaps between the rural and urban to providing basic services such as education, health, and infrastructure. End quote. Dear participants, a brief study of the situation of agriculture in the region shows that we need to join our efforts together, and ICLAC has noted that for 2020, the rates of extreme poverty and poverty reached 12.5% and 33.5% respectively, and we saw a spike in rural poverty in a growth of 2.5% compared to 2019. In light of these figures, I am honored to present to you the main criteria for Ecuador with regard to the document that stems from the FAO at the last regional biennium. Based on the system for healthy agro-production, for my country in particular, chronic child malnutrition is one of the major challenges that we face, and the Ecuador Grows Without Malnutrition strategy focuses on child malnutrition, and it has dropped by 6% this year, and we hope to see it drop by 10% by 2030. Support for the FAO has always been vital for our organizations, states, and other bodies to mobilize financial and technical resources to implement programs based on this very important proposal. We are pleased with FAO support to build consensus on best practices when it comes to eating habits among the population, and we note the substantial support from the FAO during the very critical period of the COVID-19 pandemic to avoid a health crisis turning into a food crisis as well. We recognize the importance of the hand-in-hand initiative, prosperous and inclusive rural societies, and this strengthens support for planning and development and ensuring that this is sustainable. Based on this initiative, a country's priority program area will be a focus, and we will be able to ensure that this PPA has added value. We recognize the importance of strengthening legal and operational frameworks to eliminate and discourage non-declared and unregulated fishing, to create regulatory frameworks. My country was able to do this on fishing thanks to FAO support, and we underscore the support of the FAO in adaptation and mitigation strategies in the face of climate change. And this will always be important to uphold organization support based on national contributions and plans for application. Finally, we are very delighted with the initiatives aimed at strengthening applied statistics, particularly when it comes to SDG number 2. Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you to the representative of Ecuador, and the representative of the Bahamas is now recognized.
El especialista de micrófonos, por favor.
Trinidad and Tobago, please.
Por favor, cerrar el micrófono.
Please close your microphone.
This being the first time I address the Council today, I would like to congratulate you and also thank you on behalf of the Bahamas for your hospitality here in Ecuador today. I'd also like to greet all the ministers and delegates from the Bahamas here today, and thank you for being here. The Bahamas wishes to first commend FAO in its work to ensure that the agricultural and fisheries priorities of the Bahamas government were concisely reflected in its country program framework and further aligned with the UN Multi-Country Sustainable Development Framework. We look forward to the implementation of the new CPF for 2022 to 2026 as we aim to pilot a 1,000 digital initiative. It is hoped that through the TCP project, the Bahamas will be able to gather data that will aid climate-smart farming and develop systems for agriculture disaster risk forecasting, modeling, and monitoring. Information is critical for effective sector planning, and as data is one of the enablers in the FAO strategic framework, we entrust that the success of this future project will be reflected in the next LARC. The Bahamas acknowledges FAO's assistance in strengthening the intersectorial collaboration and the design and implementation of school feeding programs across the region. FAO began providing technical assistance to the Bahamas National School Feeding Program in 2016 and has since continued to build upon its assistance by including the revision of the National Dietary Guidelines and by creating linkages with small-scale producers as suppliers of healthy local produce to school feeding programs. We anticipate a significant impact on the health and wellness of school-aged children through this ongoing project. Lastly, we highlight the FAO's work in the Hand-in-Hand initiative in the Bahamas, noting the success of building the capacities of extension officers and agricultural lecturers in agribusiness skills, as well as training 100 rural youth through a technology and entrepreneurial incubation process aimed to be piloted in July 2022. This project aims to implement an integrated mechanism for food and nutrition security, using business incubator services and technological tools and approaches to match business opportunities presented in the agri-food system with special attention for income generating and employment opportunities of the most vulnerable groups, including youth and women living in the rural and peri-urban areas. Thank you. To emphasize the need for FAO to facilitate periodic meetings of Caribbean ministers of agriculture to further co-create and share knowledge of ideas and experiences to provide guidance to FAO on its program of work for strategic reorientation of support.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Trinidad and Tobago is now recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. Firstly, I wish to convey my gratitude to the people and government of Ecuador for the warm reception and hospitality to the Trinidad and Tobago delegation. Mr. Chairman, the government of Trinidad and Tobago has a long-standing and productive relationship with the FAO. Trinidad and Tobago and FAO has served to promote sustainable agricultural systems and contribute to hunger and poverty alleviation in the country. FAO continues to be a significant source of technical assistance in policy and planning, capacity building, knowledge sharing, advocacy, and resource mobilization in Trinidad and Tobago. Mr. Chairman, the FAO assistance in Trinidad and Tobago is also shaped by the Trinidad and Tobago Country Program Framework. I would briefly like to list a couple of the projects that FAO has collaborated with the Ministry of Agriculture, Land and Fisheries, and the Trinidad and Tobago government that has very far-reaching impacts in helping us achieve our national mandate and goals. These projects and collaboration include Resilient School Feeding Program for Trinidad and Tobago, which facilitates access to healthy diets to the most vulnerable and our children. Collaboration and support in the updating of our over 100-year-old fisheries legislation. And Mr. Chairman, I would like to report that after 30 years of hard work and dedication and support by FAO, the legislation is finally before the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago. Sustainable management and bycatch in Latin America and the Caribbean trawl fisheries area. Fish climate change adaptation in the Eastern Caribbean. Third, Port State Measures Global Capacity Development Support Project and follow-ups to the 33rd FAO Committee on Fisheries and Aquaculture, FAO China South-South Collaboration Program, BioReach, Biodiversity Conservation and Agroecological Land Restoration in Production and Productive Landscapes in Trinidad and Tobago, the promotion of food safety and meat hygiene in the poultry cottage industry, the African swine fever emergency preparedness in Latin America and the Caribbean, phytosanitary capacity evaluation, improving the monitoring system for climate change impact on the agricultural sector, ensuring long-term productivity in tropical forests in the Caribbean, adopting and implementing of the disaster risk management plan for the agricultural sector, cassava industry development, market assessment and technology validation and dissemination, and sustainable processing and value chain development for root crops. Mr. Chairman, I also wish to recognize the work of the country representative for Trinidad and Tobago and Suriname, Mr. Ruben Robertson, who has been instrumental in lobbying financial and technological support, especially for projects around better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life. In light of these collaborations, Trinidad and Tobago continues to be grateful for the continuous support and technical expertise. I therefore pledge on behalf of the government and people of Trinidad and Tobago, and by extension the Caribbean, our support and commitment in our efforts to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and achieving food and nutrition security for all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Gracias.
Thank you, Representative for Trinidad and Tobago. I'd give the floor to the representative of Cuba. Thank you very much, Chairperson. We reiterate our fraternal greetings on behalf of the delegation of the Republic of Cuba to the other representatives present of our sister nations in Latin America. We are also very appreciative of the organizers of this important event and the Republic of Ecuador for all of the facilities given to us. We have also taken due note of the report presented. And we wanted to reassert the political will of our country and its full commitment with food security, nutrition, and the 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development. We also greet and support the solidary vocation of our country to cooperation and development, particularly South-South and triangular development and cooperation, as well as the Cuban medical cooperation within the current context of COVID-19 and its pandemic. The effects of the pandemic have definitively impacted the development of our sustainable, local, resilient food systems. And in the case of Cuba, this is also joined by the worsening of the economic situation as a result of the embargo of the United States against Cuba and the application in all of its scope of the actions against the United Nations Charter that prevent full achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals by our country and our ability to develop Cuban agriculture and local sustainable agricultural systems. Despite this, from the angle of political policy, the direction of our state and government has recently promoted a state plan on food sovereignty, food security, and nutritional education. And we have presented to our parliament a bill on sovereignty, food security, and nutritional education that expresses that commitment and which has been the fruit of cooperation with the FAO since we've been accompanied through a FAO project. As a result, we would like to draw closer ties with the countries present today, in particular with the FAO as an important driver, as an academic institution, and as of resources, knowledge exchanges for cooperation. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Representative of Cuba. I would give the floor now to the Representative of Panama. Thank you, Chairperson. Panama is very appreciative of the review undertaken by the work of FAO in our region, and we agree with the work that is still left to be done. We thank the FAO's work in recovery and addressing the response to the COVID pandemic over the long term in terms of needs for investment in low-carbon areas, in the agricultural area for sustainable development. We are also pleased with the Office of the FAO in our country that supports agricultural development through inclusion, through an agricultural policy, legal instruments that have the aim to have sustainable agriculture, fight climate change, and have inclusive agricultural development. We continue to strengthen our regulations to do away with illegal fishing in our regions. Through the program on work in schools and to have healthy meals for children, we continue to work in that sense. For Panama, it's relevant to continue to work with civil society and have triangular and South-South cooperation and hand-in-hand initiative. A broad-based that takes into account human development, nutrition, the agricultural sector that guarantees access to all for healthy foodstuffs. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. And now we would give the floor to the representative of Argentina. Thank you, Chairperson. I will only use 3 minutes and not 5, and I'd like to give you some technical aspects in my brief 3 minutes that I'm hoping to be able to respect. In particular, paragraph 29 of the document refers to several innovations, but there are still many others missing, and it's important because we find ourselves in the midst of a debate on the FAO's work on innovation, where we have a great deal of expectations because of the plurality of foci in innovation. In that same paragraph, it refers to avoid the to foster direct purchase of fresh products from smallholding farmers with short supply chains, and fostering these chains will have a direct effect on the producers that are in the furthest areas from consumption centers. That is to say, many of them depend on the possibility of selling the foodstuffs that they sell in the international market to be able to stay alive and to achieve food security. In paragraph 39, it refers that the FAO had achieved great steps in terms of fresh fruit and vegetables, promoting only short and not long circuits, in that they are more healthy, will have a greater effect on the environment, when long could have less of an effect on the environment. In paragraph 49, Regional Initiative 3 for fighting the resiliency, but it does not refer to the 3 dimensions of resiliency. We must have a balance here. In paragraph 49, there is a great stress on mitigation, but not on adaptation projects. And this is also very important in our region. And with this, I would complete my comments. The reference to the blue transformation. This is not a concept that is normally used, and its scope is not known. There is no support for it in the 2030 agenda or in the SDGs. That concept could be assimilable to the concept to a blue economy, where we would remind you that there is no international agreement in that sense. As a result, I believe that it would be best to work on internationally agreed concepts, even SDG 14, where we referred to sustainable use of oceans, seas, and marine resources for sustainable development. And for these reasons, the country has prepared a document on the concept, and we think that we have discussed this in many fora of the FAO, and it was accepted by the FAO management to try to use the concepts that have been internationally agreed with these technical concepts. And I thank you for your indulgence for having given me the floor once again, sir. Thank you, Representative of Argentina. I would just like to say that we have 3 more interventions, and with this, we will be closing this chapter. The next is Miguel Garcia, representative of the ICA. You have the floor, sir. I'm not a representative of the ICA, sir. Mexico, then. Thank you. I have my ICA hat on, but today I'm speaking on behalf of my country, Mexico. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I would begin by expressing my greetings to all sister nations and to wish you the best of conferences, beginning with my personal apology in view of a medical issue. I was not able to join you. Although I do not the topic that we are here discussing today is the topic of reviewing the results. I think that this will be dealt with tomorrow or later today. In this sense, Mexico would like to recognize the FAO's work and congratulate the FAO for addressing topics that we find of vital importance. One of them is the work that's been undertaken on a very important public health matter, which is drainage for rainwater. We would also like to congratulate the FAO for its work on youth, which is very important. And we'd also like to recognize the great efforts being made by the FAO to work with other international organizations here in the Americas, the ICA, for instance, the efforts to see greater collaboration this year, which we have attested to this year. Now, in addition, I'd like to table a few comments for which we would like a bit more information. In Rome, there is an important discussion underway, and in that sense, I mean the FAO, on the role of voluntary contributions. In this vein, I see that in the report, we mentioned the 420 million in voluntary contributions. I'd like to know how they were made, where they were made, what the FAO thinks of that, and what do other countries think of it, because it might be a little unfair for us to refer to voluntary contributions in one international fora and another not to refer to it, or so we need more information about who made them, where they were made, and what's the vision for using those contributions. Secondly, I'd like to know a little bit more about what's been done in terms of forms of work. We speak of new forms of work, and how is it that the regional agenda will trickle down to the countries? The regional agenda is articulated through national plans to the countries. We would like, if possible, for the FAO to give us a little bit more detail about what has happened with the operation and impact of COVID. There much in the way of speculation, empirical information. I would even say there's a great deal of urban legend about what's happening in rural areas. So we'd like to understand what's happening in that dynamics, not to understand COVID per se, but to prepare ourselves for the future. Finally, with respect we'd like to know what's being done to propose a new institutionality of data. In terms of data, this has been of great importance for the region. What are the institutions doing, and what is being done to safeguard the privacy of those who are providing data? Finally, in terms of capacities, it would be very important to know where the FAO's weaknesses lay in the Americas, so that we as countries can make efforts institutionally in Roma so as to strengthen the FAO's capacities. And with this, I would express my appreciation to the FAO and to all of you for your attention. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Garcia. I'm sorry to have introduced you as ICA. It was a mistake of our secretariat, and I express my apologies in that sense. Mr. Mario Gonzalez, next via Zoom. Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Thank you, Chairperson, for giving us this opportunity. First of all, I would like to express our appreciation to the FAO for the wonderful results achieved in the year 2021. They've been mentioned in this meeting. We have seen a great deal of results as a result of the pandemic. We specifically, in terms of the report received this morning, we would like to underscore the first efforts undertaken in terms of partnerships and innovations and the growing incorporation of private sector into the FAO's work in Latin America. We're also very pleased to know of the agreements signed between the private sector and the FAO presented at this time. As we see, there are several of them. One partnership element can be seen in the fisheries area of Latin America, where 11 Latin American countries have joined efforts as of 2018 in a partnership. And likewise, fishing associates, small-scale fisheries, have joined forces in Mesoamerica following the SDGs and having the accompaniment of the FAO for both private groups. This is enabling taking the voice and thoughts of the private sector to the designs and implementation of the frameworks of agri-food work, specifically in food security and sustainability, job protection, and the protection of the work of small fisheries. In this sense, Mr. Chairperson, it's important to continue to work to reinforce the participation of the private sector in these fora, and particularly to create a specific forum in Latin America on agriculture, and of course, in this case, for the fisheries sector, the sector that I represent. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, and that would be all. Thank you very much, Mr. Gonzalez, and now Mr. Ordóñez for the scientific and academic sector. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity given to us. Good morning to you all. On behalf of the academicians and scientists of the region, I would like to salute the historic effort of the FAO together and for all of the countries, common and differing efforts depending on our needs. We salute all of the representatives who are here today and virtually to work with us. Today, we join forces with all of the work being done by the representatives of the countries and joining in to the contributions mentioned by Mr. Berreguet. We would commit to redoubling our efforts to having a greater effect in the sectors that promote science and innovation in the countries, with the greatest emphasis on those that are based on the respect and rescuing of the customs of native peoples. This promoting inclusive development from the inside, always with a territorial focus. Moreover, greater opening and articulation of the FAO with the academic world and its important role in planning and decision-making in what has to do with development projects for and in countries and its effect on the development of policies. And this is of great necessity or greatly needed at this time where incidences, synergies, and networks are truly very efficient and necessary. Thank you very much. Thank you. I thank all of the delegates, observers, officials, and commentators for their comments and remarks. I believe that we've had a broad-based discussion with respect to the FAO's results in the region and in the 2020-2021 biennium. As a result, I close this session. Thank you very much. Now, continuing with today's agenda, the regional conference should take note of the information, updated information on development of the FAO's strategy for science and innovation under document LARC 22/6. Madam Ismail Elofi, Chief Scientist of the FAO, will present the topic virtually. Afterwards, we will have space for interventions. Madam Lofi, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I am very appreciative of the opportunity to present our presentation on the FAO strategy on science and innovation.
English, but the slides are in Spanish. So it is my great pleasure to present the zero draft of the first ever FAO Science and Innovation Strategy to the 37th session of the Regional Conference for Latin America and the Caribbean. I'm delighted to be leading the development of the strategy through an inclusive and transparent process under the guidance of members. Since last September, we have had several rounds of consultation with members, regions, and with technical experts from across the organization. As you know, science and innovation are emerging as prominent components of the Global Development Agenda 2030, and science and technology and innovation are at the heart of the 2030 Development Agenda and contribute to several SDGs. In 2021, both the UN Food Systems Summit and the Glasgow Climate Pact affirmed the need to invest in science and innovation for the SDGs and for effective climate action. So science and innovation serve as a foundation for the FAO strategic framework for the next decade, 2022 to 31, and it does cut across all key dimensions of the strategic framework. Innovation and technology make up 2 of the 4 accelerators of the strategic framework. And as you know, the accelerators that have been approved by the governing bodies for our strategic framework are technology, innovation, data, and complement. And science underpin all these 4 accelerators, and also science underpin the cross-cutting themes, the gender, the youth, and the inclusion. So science and innovation are integrated throughout all our 20 priority program areas and all the regional initiatives. So here what we heard from the Council. In its December session of last year, in 2021, the Council welcomed the initiative to develop FAO first ever science and innovation strategy, supported its outline, and requested FAO to implement the proposed roadmap. It provided guidance on priorities related to science and innovation, including the following points. First, give importance to addressing accountability, affordability of the innovations and science, and accessibility to know-how. Second, science and innovation should be adaptable to local, national, regional development context. Third, strengthen national and local institutions, including agricultural research institutions. And it's a pleasure to listen to a scientist just few minutes ago. Fourth, pay due attention to the need of indigenous people, local communities, people in vulnerable situations, people with disabilities, youth, and women. And the last point, assess potential benefits and risk from using new technologies and innovation on the three pillars of sustainable development. So some of the members from Latin America and the Caribbean highlighted the importance of the following point during the Council: context-specific solution, public-private partnership, as well as the need to guard against conflict of interest, technology transfer. FAO should be a platform for sharing knowledge and developing convergence on science and innovation in agri-food systems, addressing underinvestment in extension services, and taking into account again women and indigenous people. So let me now take you a little bit through what we have in the strategy. So in the strategy, the draft strategy is a work in progress and is updated according to feedback from members. The outline shown here is based on the zero draft strategy, which was presented to the member in an informal consultation back on the 25th of February. Let me walk you through it. The context describes how the strategy is related to FAO strategic framework. And we keep saying, as our DG says, that the strategic framework has two strategies to implement it. And one of these two is science and innovation strategy. The second one is climate change. So we see always the science and innovation strategy as a way to really make sure we implement our strategic framework for the next decade. The background describes important recent development in terms of FAO efforts to rise to the challenges of harnessing science and innovation to have transformative really changes and transformative and positive impact. The highlights are presented to showcase some of the many points that are included under the pillars and the outcomes. I will present in the next slide the vision, the goal, the scope, the guiding principle, and the pillars and outcomes in the next few slides. The accountability framework will be fully aligned with the causal result chain and the SDGs targets established in the strategic framework. It will link monitoring directly to the KPIs for the technology and innovation accelerators, which are presented in the medium-term plan in 2022-2025. Let me take you to the vision of the strategy, the science and innovation strategy. The vision of the FAO Science and Innovation Strategy is a world free from hunger and malnutrition, where the potential of science and innovation is fully leveraged to overcome complex social, economic, and environmental challenges of agri-food systems in a globally equitable, inclusive, and sustainable manner. The goal of the strategy is members harness science and innovation to realize context-specific and systemic solution so that we have a more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable agri-food system for a better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. Through this goal, the strategy will support the delivery of the strategic framework and ultimately support the 2030 development agenda. The strategy covers all sectors and areas of agri-food system, including crop, livestock, forestry, fisheries, and aquaculture, from natural resource management to production, to consumption, to food loss and waste. The full range of scientific disciplines, the natural sciences, the social sciences, the economic sciences, all of them are very relevant and important for the strategy. FAO recognized the need for a diversity of innovations. So for us, innovation is very broad, and it includes technological innovations, such as digital innovation, but also social innovation, policy innovation, financial innovation, and also institutional innovation. Systemic approaches to research, for example, sustainability science, interdisciplinarity, and transdisciplinarity are included to enable addressing systemic challenges in a holistic manner. Also, the knowledge of small-scale producers and indigenous people are included as an important source of innovation and a very important source of knowledge. The strategy gives particular attention to the need of low and middle-income countries with a focus on small-scale producers, family farmers, indigenous people, women and youth, as well as micro, small, and medium-sized enterprise. Data is an integral part of science and evidence-based decision-making. The strategy will be implemented in strict compliance with the FAO policies on protection of data and intellectual property rights currently under development. For the strategy, we have 7 pillars, and those pillars are people-centered, gender-equal, evidence-based, needs-driven, sustainability-aligned, risk-informed, and ethic-based. Many of these pillars are really a response to the guidance provided by the member at the 168th session of the Council. And based on the discussion we have on the 25th of February with the members, we are fine-tuning some of the language around it. Let me now give you a little bit more information on the pillars. The pillars are the core of the strategy, and we have 3 pillars. The first one is strengthening science and evidence-based decision-making. The second is supporting innovation and technology at regional and country level. And the third one, it's reinforcing FAO capacities to better serve the members. And we have 2 cross-cutting enablers which will catalyze the achievement of the outcomes. And these are transformative partnership and innovative funding and financing. There are 8 outcomes. There are 8 outcomes grouped under these 3 pillars and with these 2 enablers. I will present the outcomes pillar by pillar so that they have more visibility. So in the next slides, I'm going to go one by one. So let me start with the first pillar on strengthening science and evidence-based decision-making that will be achieved through these 3 outcomes. The first one is agri-food system knowledge and evidence will be enhanced through a range of activities that focus on the generation and dissemination of information and knowledge. Our second one is science policy interfaces for agri-food system will be strengthened at national, regional, and global levels to promote consensus building for greater policy coherence and also for a more shared ownership and collective action. By science policy interface, we mean mechanisms for organized dialogue between scientists, policymakers, and other relevant stakeholders for better and more inclusive science-based policymaking. And the third outcome, its research for development will be strengthened by promoting public investment in research and strengthening capacities of regional, national, and local research institutions, co-creation and co-innovation approaches that promote dialogue between scientific knowledge and local knowledge, that is to make it a little bit more streamlined and more open. FAO will also strengthen its cooperation with research institutions such as the CG system and the ERCA centers and others. Let me move to the second pillar. The second pillar we have is supporting innovation and technology both at the regional and at the country level. And here again, we have three outcomes. The first one is access to and use of sustainable, affordable, and context-specific innovation and technologies by small-scale producers, family farmers, and other agri-food system actors will be enhanced. And FAO will deliver updated information about the full range of available innovation and provide evidence-based guidance on options for accessing innovation and technologies. Our second outcome is capacities of national agri-food innovation system to prioritize, to co-create and scale sustainable and appropriate innovation and technologies will be strengthened. FAO will assist countries through a rigorous approach to the prioritization of innovation and technologies that are better fit for their ecosystems. And our third outcome is national capacities to design, implement and evaluate strategies, policies, and regulatory framework on science, technology, and innovation will be strengthened. And FAO will provide guidance to countries on national policies and regulatory frameworks on institutional arrangement and governance system for strengthening science and innovation at the national level. Our third pillar is reinforcing FAO capacities to better serve members that will be achieved through these two outcomes. The first one, FAO capacity to enable science and innovation will be enhanced across the organization. This involves a wide range of issues such as developing coherent methodologies for impact assessment, for risk assessment, monitoring and evaluation of innovation. And particular attention will be given to enhancing capacities in country offices. The second outcome for this pillar is knowledge management and exchange of information and experiences will be enhanced across the organization from global to country level. Knowledge management will be designed to facilitate capturing the result of project evaluation and feeding lessons learned into the design of new innovation that are in focus projects. And my last slide is actually on the roadmap and where we are. So an informal consultation took place with members in September 2021. The formal process then kicked off with the presentation of the outline of the roadmap to the program committee in November 2021, and the council supported the document in December 2021. All regions have organized regional meetings on the strategy with input from country offices, which we highly appreciate, and that gives really ownership at the regional level as well, and the country level. As you know, the outline and the roadmap document and an updated on the development of the strategy is on the agenda of the regional conference, all of them in 2022, including this one with the countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. In addition, meeting with the regional groups, including GRULAC, has been held in Rome. Following the second informal consultation in February, a revised draft strategy was prepared, and it will be considered by the program committee in May and by the council in June. Given the importance of the strategy as a tool to deliver the FAO strategic framework, we hope that it will be endorsed by members by the council in June 2022. With that, Mr. Chair, I thank you very much for your attention. We look forward to hearing your views, which will help us make sure that the strategy responds to your need and helps FAO deliver on the strategic framework and the SDGs at the country level. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Gracias, señora Elo.
Thank you, Madam Elo, for your presentation. We now invite the delegations and observers who would like to comment or ask any questions on this topic, so that you can please raise your hand in the plenary or via Zoom. Argentina has the floor. Cuba, can you please turn off your microphone? Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, first of all, I wanted to thank Mrs. Imahane for her presentation. She is doing exceptional work, and that exceptional work is clearly transparent, inclusive, where the different members have been permanently consulted, and we continue to participate in the strategy. It is important for our country to collaborate with the advisory group on the strategy of the FAO for science and innovation in matters of biotechnology. Argentina has over 25 years' experience in the matter, and it is the only center of world reference in biosecurity for agricultural security. And in that sense, it has trained over 25 countries because it has the tools and the necessary technicians to technically assist interested parties, third countries, for the strengthening of their capacities in biosecurity for agricultural biotechnology. We positively highlight the inclusion of biotechnology within the scenario of science and innovation, and it is necessary to reach the objectives of the FAO and to feed a growing world population mentioned in the 42nd period of sessions of the FAO conference, where the importance of science and innovation for all the work of the FAO was underscored. And given the fact that biosecurity and agricultural biotechnology is guaranteed by renowned public institutions whose evaluations are based on science and on internationally agreed regulations, the objectives proposed for the strategy of the FAO for science and innovation are considered positive, especially item B, which is to reinforce the scientific base of technical interventions and the regulatory orientation of the FAO. Our country could contribute to that proposal, and we suggest to include in science and innovation bioenergies, agricultural bioproducts, materials. These elements can significantly contribute to reach the objectives of the FAO and the objective for sustainable development of 2030, and to encourage and promote small-scale producers. We discourage the use of negative connotations when referring to science, innovation, and technology. And at the same time, it would be important to include the participation of public institutions in the process of evaluation and approval of their products. And to finish, Mr. Chair, our discussion in Grulac, Rome, was very clear with the director, with the scientific chief. There is no right for any region to intend to have the monopoly of knowledge, the monopoly of science. All science should be at the service of all the members, particularly of developing countries. Developing countries have capacities. We need to consolidate them. And from our perspective and from the defense of our national interests, and with the support of the FAO, we are going to be able to take that quality leap that we are all expecting to no longer be developing countries and be more developed countries. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your very clear participation. Now, the representative of Ecuador. Authorities of the member states, the recognition of the importance of the promotion of science, technology, and to embrace innovation, including indigenous and local knowledge, is fundamental for the transition towards more sustainable and resilient agriculture. A substantial improvement of agri-food systems for nutrition and health, and an increase in rural prosperity in an inclusive way. Ecuador recognizes the need to create a national system of science, technology, and innovation that will promote research and technological development in the articulation with the productive sector. Several initiatives at a level of public policy, programs, and national strategies promote scientific research, the generation, innovation, validation, and dissemination of technologies in the agricultural sector and public-private alliances that have made important contributions. However, they need to be reinforced so that science and innovation will allow us to overcome the complex social challenges, also economic and environmental, related to agri-food systems in order to accelerate rural transformation and the economic recovery to the effects of COVID-19. It is important for FAO to continue to support its members in order to take advantage of science and innovation, to find systemic, sustainable, and specific solutions that will result in agri-food systems that are more efficient, inclusive, and sustainable. The FAO's strategy for science and innovation has a broad scope of application that covers all the sectors and spheres of the agri-food systems, including agricultural production and livestock, forest activity, fishing, and aquaculture, from production to consumption. The government of Ecuador considers it relevant to present the following. In relation to the improvement of livelihood, especially of small-scale producers, including indigenous peoples and local communities, the government recommends the inclusion of ancestral and local knowledge as a wealth of knowledge on the way of managing biodiversity in a sustainable way and linking the productive and environmental aspects with food security. In this sense, it is important to expand the link between science and innovation, connect this to new business models, to reinforce regulatory aspects, to improve traceability related to nutrition and the environment. Regarding the field of action, we need to include the concept of applied research that refers to multi- and interdisciplinary work, but that focuses on the development of new technologies, adapting research to the solution of specific field problems. In this field, public articulation is fundamental, as well as private collaboration and the strategic role of universities to together generate knowledge. Regarding matters of control and regulation, Ecuador recommends to link science and innovation to food harmlessness, the increase of diagnostic, the management of data that are considered as standardization mechanisms between laboratories and institutions. It is important to strengthen cooperation in the field of science, research, technology, innovation, including traditional knowledge, so that sustainable practices could be at everyone's reach, especially of women, youth, and the poor. Ecuador highlights the importance of the application of science and technology and innovation in order to guarantee food security for 2030. The COVID pandemic has significantly affected women and children. It contributed to the increase of the number of people that are suffering hunger, and it is of essence to take this into account. It is necessary to promote holistic focuses through dialogues among multiple sectors, interested parties, to achieve sustainability and resilience of systems, taking into account the different national and regional contexts. Distinguished participants, Mr. Chair, thank you. Thank you very much for the participation of Ecuador. Now the representative of Guyana has the floor.
All I want to say that the proposal outlined in the document just now that we just heard, I think those are very important and excellent proposals, and I think Guyana's welcome and endorse all those proposals that was just made. Our comment also, we would like to see specific mention be made of digital sequence information under scope in paragraph 15 to 18 of the strategy. But most of all, as a body and as countries in the region that are addressing hunger and trying to achieve the sustainable development goal, we have to ensure that we take action that will preserve this very, very important sector. And when we talk about agricultural research challenges and opportunities, we in Guyana, we have been trying to ensure that we implement measures so that we can continue and try to be very innovative to bring people together. And when you look around the region, and this is a fact, and I think that this is a general fact around the region, when you look around the region, you find middle-aged and most senior citizens across the region are involved in agriculture. What are we doing to involve our young people into the agriculture sector? Many young people who would have graduated in various agricultural courses from the university in various territories, they are not coming into agriculture because they find agriculture as a menial job, a job that people who dropped out of school, people who are old, a labor-intensive job, so to speak. So we have that opportunity to involve them in terms of bringing them and giving them the opportunities and how we can do that. There are many ways we can do research, we can improve innovation, and at the same time give them the opportunities to come into agriculture. For example, recently in Guyana, we would have done an analysis, and majority of graduates from the University of Guyana and the Guyana School of Agriculture only doing the job behind the desk, that is doing the theory rather than doing the practical work. And so we have launched, the President, His Excellency, President Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali has launched a program that target these young people, bring them into the agriculture sector, bring them to do practical work in the agriculture sector. And as a result of that, we have now launched a program called the Agriculture Innovation Entrepreneur Program. This program encompasses where young people now, we are building hundreds of shade houses where we are now introduce high-value crops like broccoli, cauliflower, carrots. Those are high-value crops that the country import on a regular basis. For example, when you look at the importation for last year alone, Guyana would have imported almost $2.6 billion. These are the opportunities that we are giving the young people now to take that slot, to provide that kind of food security for the country, and at the same time reduce the food import bill of the country and the region. So I think as we are talking about opportunities, these are the things we have to ensure that we do. So generally, Mr. Chair, we support those proposals, but I would like to see specific measures that we can involve our young people in so that we can preserve and have food security in the agriculture sector in the world. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you, Representative of Guyana. Now, the representative of Panama has the floor. Mr. Chair, we thank the scientist, Chief of FAO, for her participation and congratulate her in her effort for this strategy of science and innovation of the FAO. Panama supports this initiative and highlights the importance of having a strategy that will prioritize the promotion of innovation, the adoption of new technologies to produce more with less in a sustainable and resilient way, and that at the same time will allow us to create new opportunities in the attainment of agricultural and rural income while we promote local and indigenous knowledge. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Representative of Panama. Now via Zoom, Colombia. Good morning. Yes, go ahead, please. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chair, thank you very much for giving the floor to Colombia, I must say that I am sending very cordial greetings on behalf of Nelson Lozano, who is the coordinator of the Group on Sustainability and Climate Change of the Ministry of Agriculture. And just to mention that this technical area throughout many years, more than 12 years, has been working hand in hand with the FAO to achieve the strengthening of resilience in the agricultural sector in Colombia. We have been working with the most vulnerable communities of the country to support them and strengthen their capacity so that they can respond to climate change that, as we all know, and all countries have stated, the agricultural sector is highly vulnerable to climate conditions. We must mention that Colombia and the agricultural sector is 100% in agreement with what is established in the document that seeks the integration of innovation, the actions against climate change that we consider are fundamental. This articulation, or these actions proposed regarding the pillars, considering that Colombia and the agricultural sector have advanced in the development of public policies for climate action in the agricultural sector, and to advance in the actions of innovation, science, and technology, which are fundamental pillars to achieve adaptation and mitigation in the agricultural sector. We agree with what was mentioned also regarding the thematics of the 4 accelerators regarding technology, innovation, and supplementary data, everything that has to do with governance, human capital, and institutions. These very important themes related to gender and the inclusion of youth in the climate action. As I mentioned, the country has made significant progress in the development of policies in agriculture and climate change. So we have a roadmap in line with the FAO on climate change, which will give us very important interventions in order to advance in these matters. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, on behalf of Colombia, and we reiterate this joint effort that we have been carrying out with FAO throughout several years to have these advances in the strengthening of resilience in the agricultural sector in Colombia. Thank you, Colombia. Now, Brazil has the floor via Zoom.
The Chief Science for a very complete and comprehensive presentation. The Brazilian delegation would like to take this opportunity to share with the region our views on the zero draft of science and innovation strategy. We believe the position expressed during this conference will send a clear message, and we expect that message to be taken into account upon finalization of the text. Generally speaking, the draft is in line with the Brazilian policies in the promotion of science, technology, and innovation applied to the agricultural sector. As an example, allow me to briefly mention the Brazilian Science, Technology, and Innovation Strategy for Bioeconomy, launched in 2019, with the aim to support the development of sustainable production systems that provide in an integrated manner water, energy, food, and nutrition security, in addition to promote the sustainable use of biodiversity, the conservation of natural resources, and the recovery of degraded areas. The Brazilian strategy considers the bioeconomy as one of the vectors of sustainable development, with the potential to contribute to social productive inclusion and the reduction of socioeconomic and regional inequalities. That said, we have identified in the zero draft of FAO Science and Innovation Strategy language imbalances that risk placing our region under an unfavorable light. The draft describes conflicts, climate variability and extremes, and the economic slowdowns and downturns as major drivers of food insecurity and malnutrition. For Brazil, by doing so, the draft fails to consider fundamental aspects connected to the balance between economic growth, social inclusion, and environmental protection, as professed by the 2030 Agenda. We understand that the main obstacles to the achievement of the SDGs 1, 2, and 10 are poverty and inequality. distortions in agricultural trade flows arising from non-tariff barriers and subsidies to productions in developed countries play a large role in this situation and must be clearly addressed. The phrasing also overlooks the responsibility of developed countries on the current status of global greenhouse gas emissions. This alarming state of affairs predominantly derives from historic patterns of use and exploitation of fossil fuels by wealthy nations. By withholding these aspects, the draft attributes a disproportionate responsibility to agriculture on the climate crisis. As a consequence, the developing world is overburdened with a responsibility that belongs majorly to developed countries. We as a region must be vocal about the lack of mentions to the obligations of developed countries to provide funding and technology transfer to support adaptation of the developing world to climate change. Our delegation was indeed very puzzled to see a strategy on science innovation that does not highlight the fundamental role to be played by the transfer of technology, disregarding the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, as well as Article 4 of the UNFCCC and the Article 10 of the Paris Agreement. By deeming the transformation of agri-food system as imperative, the draft seems to imply that there are no practices worthy of dissemination being applied in those systems, which is not the case. This approach fails to take into account the advanced stage of development on the science technology applied to tropical agriculture. Institutions in our region, such as Embrapa from Brazil, have been playing throughout history a leading role in the modernization and sustainability of agricultural production. This continuous contribution to food security must be valued and encouraged within the framework of FAO. Finally, on the highlights, the text repeatedly states the role of the strategy as a basis for formulating FAO guidelines on emerging science and technology, although not specifying which data sources would be used for that purpose. The lack of clarity on scientific reference to be used raised concern, as the text proposed a strategy reinforce FAO's capability to provide guidance while anticipating technological advances and scientific development by means of forecast. The aim to provide guidance based on cutting-edge technology must be balanced with clear criteria of transparency, dialogue, and peer review. Brazil has concerns dimensions to multi-stakeholders dialogue, transformative partnerships, and innovative financing as catalysts for results. The language gives room to question regarding the envisioned participation of non-state entities and the way that voluntary contributions will have in directing the actions undertaken within the scope of the strategy. We stress the protagonism of member states in all times in defining FAO policies. Lastly, if the focus of the document is on the middle and low-income countries, it does not seem productive to design a strategy with ambitions of advancing a digital transformation agenda in agriculture sector without taking into account difficult factors in the educational sector, such as the lack of regional infrastructure. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
We thank Brazil for its participation. I must insist one more time that the time for your participation must be in line with the fact that all other participants have the right to participate. So please do not go over 5 minutes. Now we have St. Vincent and Grenadines.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to commend on an excellent presentation on issues touching and concerning the very important topic of innovation. In fact, Mr. Chair, there are some economists who are of the view that innovation is now the fourth factor of production: land, labor, capital, and innovation. And today we address this very important issue at a time where in Latin America and the Caribbean, we are witnessing a period of the aging of farmers. And if we do not create a framework whereby we can establish an exceptional cadre of multi-talented and multifaceted young people who are interested in agriculture using cutting-edge technology, we can see in a decade or less a fall in production and productivity. And Mr. Chair, I speak particularly from the vantage point and through the prisms that I see the world as a small island developing state, being a part of the OECS, whereby innovation, as important as it is, comes at a very high cost. The question that I am here to address is, how competitive will small island states in the Caribbean be if we are not able to be on the front line of innovation? I think that is something that we need to note in all our presentations, because the cost of innovation is significant. I want to thank the FAO for the work that it continues as it pertains to issues of irrigation, water treatment, greenhouse technology, and the most recent work that we have been doing in ensuring that we can produce animal feed using new technologies. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Gracias, Representante.
Thank you, Representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And now the representative of Bolivia will take the floor. Thank you, Chair. We have listened to a great deal of attention to the strategy that was presented by our colleague, and we feel that the work undertaken to date is very important. We feel that the asymmetric differences that we have in science and technology in countries and the institutionality in view of innovation in the countries are imbalanced. There are important differences in sister countries. Argentina explained its situation in terms of biosecurity and energy. We believe that there a great deal of work in science and technology undertaken in countries. I think that at this particular juncture with poverty, hunger, increases in prices, that collaboration and exchange of technology is very important. We believe that this also has a lot to do with the training of our talent. There are great differences in our countries in that sense as well, but this would be very important to be able to make it possible for there to be exchanges of our young people, future scientists, for them to be trained internally and outside of our countries. I thank Colombia for its collaboration, where a group of 30 agriculture farmers took part in a workshop where there's been a great deal of collaboration in this sense, and it's important that it be undertaken and that it be present in this strategy, because the different countries at the ministerial levels are invoking science and technology, as we've seen, to be able to bridge these huge gaps. And I think that if there's a sense of collaboration and reciprocity in this, that we will move forward better. I think that we're at a turning point of being able to raise something that's very important and strategic in research and science and technology, because climate change is going beyond our ability to respond immediately. We also look at the possibility of the application, the applied application, if you will, of science, where many of our countries need to see this in terms of technology and plant life, innovation in terms of capacities as well. So from our country, we would call to be able to join efforts so as to be able to efficiently, effectively achieve results in terms of climate change. So I would call on all of us to train our people and reduce the differences that exist to such a great extent between our countries. Thank you, sir. Thank you, representative of Bolivia. And now we would give the floor to the representative of Haiti by Zoom. Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the previous persons who have taken the floor. Our regards to all of the representatives, and we greeted with great appreciation what was expressed by St. Vincent and the Grenadines in terms of using our science and technology to achieve the SDGs. Here in Haiti, over 98% is occupied by densely populated areas, and thus we find that it's very important that there be cross-cutting strategies where we can address the least favored of our populations. One of the objectives in the strategies has to be service to ecosystems. I think that the majority of the Caribbean islands that we are a part of, it's no longer a question of separating agricultural and natural ecosystems. Today in our countries, agricultural ecosystems provide the same systems from a systemic point of view as natural ecosystems do. Naturally, they are affected by biodiversity systems, etc. So we also think that it would be important to take into account in the objectives in terms of science and technology matters that have to do with servicing ecosystems in this sense. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your intervention. And now via Zoom, Luis Morina, spokesperson of the scientific and academic sector. You have the floor, sir. Hello. Luis Morina, can you take the floor, please?
Tiene que conectar su micrófono.
You need to unmute your microphone, Mr. Morina.
No le escuchamos, señor.
We are not receiving your audio, sir.
You are muted.
Al parecer su micrófono está cerrado.
It seems that his microphone has been turned off. Let's go on then to Laura Hernandez, spokesperson of civil society. You have the floor, madam. Thank you. In what was just being mentioned with respect to conservation of traditional knowledge, in the case of indigenous peoples, rural communities, and other actors, we believe that it's very important that science and innovation and technology not be a source for extracting millenary and ancestral knowledge, but rather that they have a targeted focus to ancestral knowledge and to preserving it. With respect to conservation of seeds, native or mixed seeds, the use of plants, handling of fauna, we also believe that Science and innovation need to be focused on conserving natural resources within the territories. It also needs to serve to support the different local projects, local economies of groups that exist there. We need science and technology to be inclusive, where there's a recognition of the role of women and of youth within the economies and within the local forms of sustainable production. And science and innovation also need to be accessible, because not all communities, peoples, and the different actors devoted to agriculture and food production have the resources to purchase the equipment that they need to implement their projects. Finally, we would like to repeat the idea that there needs to be a guarantee of autonomy. We need to guarantee the preservation of knowledge and not the inappropriate or ill use of that knowledge. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the delegates for your comments and opinions. We have completed this plenary session. We would give the floor to Madam Ismaël Eloafi for her final thoughts. You have the floor, Madam. Thank you, Chair, and to all who have expressed themselves for their interest and support with respect to the main elements of the strategy. I agree very much with many of the things that I heard from you today. And I would like to say that with respect to youth, the youth of today's world are our future. They need innovation. If we are to take young people into agriculture, agriculture needs to be a little bit different. And for this, I believe that they need to walk together, that there be innovation with young people. We need to rather take into account that each ecosystem is made very specially. There are many species within each ecosystem. They operate specially, and they can produce some things better than others. And that's why I believe that we need to think of a systematic way so that we have the ecosystem that is good, and for that ecosystem to provide jobs and innovation for today's youth. I also agree that it needs to give me and our friends for the FAO and our friends in Latin America and the Caribbean a region where we benefit from science and innovation, but we also are the producers or the providers, suppliers of science and innovation. There's a great deal of experience that needs to be harnessed and used better. We need to reduce inequalities. This is very important, and that's why it's a FAO strategy that includes SDG 1, 2, and 10, and with respect to which we say that in all truth that we need to reduce inequalities. In addition, when we think of the indigenous peoples, of women and youth, once again, we are very open to undertaking collaboration with all of the institutions of science and innovation in the region, and I'm very appreciative of your interest in this, and I hope that we will have opportunities to work to a greater extent with you so as to take science and innovation to the level of a vision. We are at the time in history which is outstanding, in which science and innovation has to be used with local and indigenous knowledge so that we can have a solution for all, for the planet, for all of us as human beings, but also for the other species that live on the planet Earth. Thank you ever so much, Mr. Chairperson. Thank you, Madam Eloafi. And with that, I would close the plenary session. We will have a break for lunch. we would beg of delegates to be back on time after the lunch break punctually at 1:30. Lunch is being hosted by the government of Ecuador, specifically the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. As such, they will be inviting us to lunch today. No?
Les presento a Paula Valdivieso.
Paula Valdivieso, who is responsible for at least 50% of this conference. You have the floor, Paula. Lunch today includes all delegates and official observers, and it is on the outskirts of this official conference room. Thank you very much.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. Su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en 2 de los océanos más productivos del planeta. luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún tiene desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años, y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. Y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región, y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones Unidas sobre los sistemas alimentarios, luego de realizar 120 diálogos con múltiples partes interesadas convocados por 16 gobiernos. 10 países mejoraron sus censos agrícolas nacionales y 13 países utilizaron la escala de experiencia de inseguridad alimentaria de la FAO. Los miembros elaboraron planes para abordar la resistencia a los antimicrobianos. 11 países perfeccionaron sus sistemas de control alimentario. 23 crearon un plan de acción regional contra una enfermedad letal para los bananos. Y la FAO proporcionó apoyo y capacitación para enfrentar el brote de peste porcina africana. 40 mercados mayoristas de 13 países ofrecieron alimentos a precios accesibles mediante el comercio electrónico y las plataformas de consultas de precios. La Plataforma Técnica Regional sobre Agricultura Familiar fue lanzada para que la agricultura familiar incorpore nuevos conocimientos, ciencia y tecnología en sus sistemas productivos. Y 9 países promovieron el comercio electrónico digital de la agricultura familiar. Como parte del diseño de las Naciones Unidas de la Agricultura Familiar, 5 países comenzaron a implementar planes nacionales. La Comunidad Andina definió una agenda conjunta y América Central y República Dominicana iniciaron la elaboración de un plan subregional. 6 países participaron en la iniciativa Mano de la Mano e identificaron carteras de inversión para sectores prioritarios, mientras que la iniciativa 1000 Aldeas Digitales apoyó a 48 experiencias de turismo rural en 13 países. 8 países definieron un plan de acción para implementar soluciones tecnológicas para la administración de tierras, y la FAO reforzó las capacidades de los miembros para la gobernanza equitativa de la tierra. Más de 5.000 jóvenes participaron en el primer Festival Latinoamericano de la Juventud Rural, y los mensajes del informe, los pueblos indígenas y tribales y la gobernanza de los bosques, llegaron a 1.600.000 personas en todo el mundo. 5 países implementaron prácticas y tecnologías ganaderas que redujeron las emisiones de gases de efecto invernadero y generaron múltiples beneficios, y 6 países promovieron la pesca sostenible. 9 países fortalecieron su preparación ante amenazas y peligros que impactan a los medios de vida de la agricultura, mientras que 3 países del corredor seco comenzaron a utilizar pronósticos de sequías y sistemas de captación y almacenamiento de agua. 6 países fortalecieron sus mecanismos para la adaptación al cambio climático y la gestión de riesgos de desastres, mientras que países del Caribe utilizaron el modelamiento digital de los riesgos y crearon equipos especializados en drones para uso en la agricultura y en sistemas de información geográfica. Para promover la agricultura familiar y el derecho a la alimentación, reducir la pérdida y desperdicio de alimentos, abordar el cambio climático y regular el rotulado de alimentos, 7 países aprobaron 14 leyes y parlamentos regionales adoptaron 5 normas. La FAO movilizó más de 420 millones de dólares en aportes voluntarios, un alza de 78% en comparación con el bienio anterior, y brindó asistencia técnica al diseño de proyectos de inversión por 1.700 millones de dólares en favor de 12 países. Todos estos resultados demuestran que, incluso durante uno de los periodos más desafiantes de la historia reciente, los países han dado grandes pasos hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
América Latina y el Caribe es una región única. su patrimonio natural y la vitalidad de sus sistemas agroalimentarios la han convertido en un pilar de la alimentación y la biodiversidad mundial. Desde los hielos del sur hasta las islas del Caribe, la recorren cordilleras donde nacen ríos que se vierten en dos de los océanos más productivos del planeta. Luego de regar los campos, valles, bosques y selvas, en los que múltiples pueblos y etnias cultivan una enorme variedad de alimentos. Esta gran producción es fruto de pequeños, medianos y grandes emprendimientos, de la agricultura familiar y de la pesca y la acuicultura, y de quienes cuidan el ganado y los bosques. Es labor de miles de mujeres y hombres, de empresas, cooperativas y agroindustrias que se nutren del saber de universidades, ONGs e institutos de investigación e innovación. Para hacer crecer esta riqueza, la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura celebra su 37ª Conferencia Regional en Quito, Ecuador. En este país, el cual es un verdadero microcosmos de América Latina y el Caribe, con 18 pueblos originarios, selvas amazónicas, majestuosas montañas, playas hermosas y valles verdes, sumaremos voluntades para transformar los sistemas agroalimentarios y volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Aquí, en uno de los lugares más biodiversos del mundo, rodeados de la riqueza multicultural de Ecuador e inspirados por su patrimonio natural y agroalimentario, los países podrán compartir sus innovaciones para avanzar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor, sin dejar a nadie atrás.
La pandemia de COVID-19 golpeó a América Latina y el Caribe más fuerte que a cualquier otra región del mundo. Y sin embargo, el sector agroalimentario no se detuvo. La región continuó siendo un pilar de la seguridad alimentaria global, garantizando el abastecimiento local y la exportación de alimentos durante toda la pandemia. Los pequeños productores adoptaron nuevas tecnologías digitales para acercarse a los consumidores, y los gobiernos y el sector privado innovaron para asegurar el suministro alimentario incluso en los peores momentos de la crisis sanitaria. Pero la región aún debe enfrentar grandes desafíos. El hambre se encuentra en su punto más alto de los últimos 20 años. Y millones de personas han perdido sus empleos y sus medios de vida, teniendo que optar por alimentos menos saludables. América Latina y el Caribe debe fortalecer su sector agroalimentario para responder a una población global creciente y para proveer alimentos nutritivos a precios asequibles a todos sus habitantes mediante una producción sostenible que preserve los recursos naturales. Por todas estas razones, la próxima Conferencia Regional de la Organización de las Naciones Unidas para la Alimentación y la Agricultura es más urgente y necesaria que nunca. Es una oportunidad única para que los países unan sus esfuerzos, porque la pandemia alteró todos los aspectos de nuestra vida, pero también abrió un gran espacio de cambio. Un espacio para que cada país transforme sus sistemas agroalimentarios para volverlos más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles según sus condiciones y prioridades. Un espacio para transitar hacia una mejor producción, una mejor nutrición, un mejor medio ambiente y una vida mejor sin dejar a nadie atrás. Del 28 de marzo al 1 de abril de 2022, en Quito, Ecuador, la Conferencia Regional de la FAO será la ocasión de aprovechar esta oportunidad de cambio.
Durante el bienio 2020-2021, los países de América Latina y el Caribe lograron resultados de gran escala y avanzaron hacia sistemas agroalimentarios más eficientes, inclusivos, resilientes y sostenibles. Más de 170 instituciones en 31 países participaron en iniciativas de cooperación sur-sur y triangular, y el número de acuerdos suscritos entre la FAO y el sector privado aumentó en un 30% en relación con el bienio anterior. Para responder a la pandemia, la organización prestó apoyo a sus miembros para que mantuvieran sus sistemas agroalimentarios funcionando de manera eficiente. 26 países suscribieron una declaración ministerial comprometiéndose a asegurar el abastecimiento de alimentos. y los ministros y secretarios de Agricultura de 34 países sostuvieron 3 reuniones hemisféricas para coordinar sus acciones. La FAO proporcionó estadísticas y análisis sobre las acciones de mitigación relativas al COVID-19 en la región y organizó 27 webinars sobre esta materia, que alcanzaron a 150.000 personas. 20 países aplicaron la metodología de la FAO para realizar evaluaciones del impacto de la pandemia en la producción agrícola. 4 países elaboraron planes de recuperación de la COVID-19. Y 9 países del Caribe prepararon planes nacionales para abordar riesgos potenciales para la seguridad alimentaria y la nutrición. La estrategia conjunta para reforzar programas sostenibles de alimentación escolar entregó implementos de higiene y conservación de alimentos a 600 escuelas en 11 países. Los miembros identificaron sus prioridades nacionales para la Cumbre de las Naciones